Tonight, we will speak together about letting go. Not letting go in a grand or heroic way, but the kind that happens quietly in ordinary moments. The way a hand loosens its grip when it is tired. The way a thought drifts off when it has said all it can say. The way a day ends without needing to be held onto. Before we begin, feel free to share what time it is and where you're listening from. There is nothing to remember. There is no need to stay awake. You can listen closely, or you may listen from far away. It is okay if parts are missed. It is okay if the words blur together. Tonight is not something to complete. It is something to pass through. So we begin gently, as the night does, with a story. Long ago, in a mountain village where the paths were narrow and the evenings came early, there lived a potter named Haru. Haru worked with clay every day of his adult life. He knew the weight of wet earth in his hands, the sound it made when it was thrown onto the wheel, the quiet patience it required before it could be shaped. People came from nearby towns to buy Haru's bowls and cups. They admired how even they were, how balanced. Some said they felt calm just holding them. Haru would nod and smile, but he did not speak much about his work. He simply returned each morning to the same place, the same wheel, the same water basin. One winter, a crack appeared in Haru's largest bowl. It had taken him many days to make. He had turned it slowly, smoothing the rim again and again, waiting for the clay to be ready before firing it. When he lifted it from the kiln and saw the thin line running down the side, his hands paused in the air. He turned the bowl once, then again. The crack was small, but it was there. For a long time, Haru stood without moving. He did not curse. He did not throw the bowl away. He simply stood. That evening, as the light faded, a traveling monk named Serene stopped at Haru's workshop to ask for water. Haru poured it into a cup and handed it to him. Serene noticed the cracked bowl resting on the table. "You worked a long time on that," Serene said. Haru nodded. "And now?" Serene asked. Haru looked at the bowl. "Now it is cracked." Serene drank his water slowly. "Will you fix it?" Haru thought for a moment. "If I fix it, it will still remember the crack." Serene smiled, as if he had heard something familiar. "And if you do not fix it, then it will still be what it is," Haru said. The monk thanked him for the water and continued down the path. Haru remained where he was. After some time, he lifted the bowl and placed it among the others, not hiding it, not pointing it out. The next day, a woman came to buy bowls for her family. She chose the cracked one without hesitation. "This one feels right," she said. Haru wrapped it carefully. "We can sit with this story for a while. not to decide what it means, but to let it stay nearby. Haru did not force the bowl to be something else. He did not argue with the crack or rush to erase it. He did not cling to the idea of how it was supposed to be. He allowed the bowl to be finished, even though it did not match his original hope. Letting go often looks like this. Not dramatic, not loud. It can be as simple as allowing something to be incomplete and still letting it go into the world. In our own lives, there are many cracked bowls, conversations that did not land the way we wanted, plans that bent slightly off course, versions of ourselves that never fully appeared. We often carry these with us, turning them over again and again, hoping the crack will disappear if we look closely enough. But the more tightly we hold them, the heavier they become. Letting go does not mean pretending the crack is not there. It means not requiring it to vanish before we can move on. As the night deepens, you may notice thoughts arriving and leaving. Some may stay longer than others. Some may return. You do not need to decide which ones are welcome. Like Haru, you may simply place them where they are, without pushing them away or pulling them closer. There is another story from a different place and time. In a riverside town, there lived a woman named Maylin who ran a small ferry. Each day, she carried people across the water in a narrow wooden boat. She knew the moods of the river well. She could tell from the sound of the current whether the crossing would be smooth or slow. One afternoon, a merchant boarded her ferry carrying a heavy chest. He placed it in the center of the boat and sat beside it, keeping one hand on the lid. As they crossed, the river grew restless. The boat rocked, not dangerously, but enough to draw the merchant's attention. He tightened his grip on the chest. "What is in the box?" Maylin asked, more to pass the time than from curiosity. "Everything I own," the merchant said. Maylin nodded and continued rowing. The water grew choppier. A wave splashed over the side. The merchant pulled the chest closer to his body, his arms tense. Maylin slowed her strokes slightly. "If the boat tips," she said calmly, "that box will pull us down faster." The merchant looked at her. "I cannot let it go." Maylin did not argue. She did not persuade. She simply kept rowing. After a long moment, the merchant loosened his hold. Just a little. The chest remained in place, but his arms softened. They reached the far shore without incident. The merchant lifted the chest and stepped onto land. Before leaving, he turned back. "I held it so tightly," he said. "I did not notice the river until you spoke." Maylin smiled. The river does not mind being noticed or not. she said. "It keeps moving either way." This story does not ask us to throw our chests into the river. It does not ask us to abandon what matters. It simply invites us to notice the cost of gripping too tightly. Many of us move through our days like that merchant, arms tense around something we believe we cannot release. A role, a belief, a memory, even an idea of how things should feel right now. The effort of holding can become so familiar that we forget it is effort at all. Letting go, in this sense, is not about loss. It is about easing the strain, about allowing the crossing to happen without adding extra weight. As you listen, you may feel moments where the words recede, where the story fades into a kind of quiet. That quiet does not need to be filled. It is part of the teaching too. We can stay with this theme, circling it slowly, the way night circles the earth. Letting go is not a single act. It happens again and again, often without ceremony. We let go of a thought when it finishes speaking. We let go of a sound when it passes. We let go of the day when it no longer asks anything from us. Sometimes we notice it. Sometimes we don't. There is a third story, softer still. In a small temple at the edge of a forest, an old groundskeeper named Thomas swept fallen leaves each evening. He swept the same paths every day, knowing they would be covered again by morning. A young visitor once asked him, "Why do you keep sweeping if the leaves always return?" Thomas leaned on his broom. "I am not trying to defeat the leaves," he said. "I am just meeting them where they are." The visitor laughed, thinking it was a joke. Thomas smiled and returned to his work. We do not need to conquer what comes and goes. We only meet it and then allow it to leave. Tonight, as this teaching continues, nothing is required of you. Understanding can come or not come. Sleep can arrive early or late. Both are welcome. We will continue to walk together through these stories, letting them arise and fade, just as they wish. The night carries these stories the way water carries reflections. Nothing is held for long. Everything is allowed to pass. There is another life we can sit beside for a while. In a hillside town where the wind moved through tall grass, there lived a calligrapher named Junpei. His work was known for its restraint. He used few strokes, leaving wide spaces of untouched paper. People would stand before his scrolls longer than they expected, as if waiting for something else to appear. Junpei lived alone in a narrow house. Each morning, he prepared ink carefully, grinding it slowly with water. He would sit for a long time before making the first mark, sometimes until the light shifted across the room. One year, a patron commissioned Junpei to write a long passage for a public hall. It was to be his largest work yet. Junpei agreed, though he felt a quiet weight settle in his chest when he did. He worked on the piece for weeks. Each character demanded attention. Each pause felt heavier than the last. When the scroll was finished, Junpei looked at it without satisfaction. Something in it felt crowded, too deliberate. He rolled it up and set it aside. Days passed. The scroll remained where it was. A neighbor named Alina, who often brought Junpei vegetables from her garden, noticed the untouched scroll one afternoon. "Is that the commission?" she asked. Junpei nodded. "Will you deliver it soon?" she asked. Junpei considered the question. "I am waiting," he said. "For what?" Alina asked. "For the need to finish leaving me," Junpei replied. Alina did not understand, but she accepted the answer. That night, Junpei unrolled the scroll again. He looked at it without correcting anything, without adding, without removing. After a while, he rolled it back up and slept. In the morning, he delivered it. Later, people praised the work. Junpei listened politely, but the praise passed through him like weather. What stayed was the quiet knowledge that he had stopped interfering. We often believe letting go means abandoning effort, but Junpei did not stop caring. He stopped tightening around the outcome. There is a subtle difference. When we grip an outcome, we narrow ourselves. We lean forward into the future, bracing. When we let go, we allow what has already been done to be done. Many of us carry unfinished gestures in our minds, words we would like to adjust, moments we replay, thinking there is still time to intervene. Letting go is the recognition that some things are already complete, even if they do not feel resolved. As the hours stretch, you may notice that listening becomes softer. The edges blur. This, too, is a form of letting go. Nothing needs to be sharpened. We can move now to another place. In a coastal village, where the air smelled of salt and rope, there lived a net mender named Rosa. Each afternoon, she sat near the docks repairing fishing nets. Her fingers moved with quiet confidence, knot by knot. One evening, a storm rolled in quickly. Fishermen hurried to secure their boats. Rosa gathered her tools, but one section of net remained tangled. She worked faster, the wind tugging at the loose threads. The knots resisted her. A fisherman named Matteo called out, "Leave it." The storm is coming. Rosa hesitated. The net was important. It represented hours of work, many days at sea. Another gust pulled the net from her hands. It slid into the water and drifted away. Half repaired, Rosa stood still, watching it disappear into the dark. Matteo placed a lantern beside her. "It's gone," he said gently. Rosa nodded. She felt the familiar urge to follow it, to retrieve what had slipped away. But the rain had begun, and the sea was restless. She went home. The next morning, a different net washed ashore. It was not hers. It was damaged beyond repair. Rosa carried it back to the docks and began cutting it apart, salvaging what she could. As she worked, she felt something ease. The lost net did not return, but her hands remained useful. Letting go does not guarantee replacement. It does not promise balance. It simply frees our hands to meet what is next. We sometimes hold on to what has already been claimed by the current. We believe that releasing it means losing ourselves. But often, it is the holding that exhausts us, not the loss. As night deepens, stories like these do not ask to be solved. They are companions, walking alongside us for a time. There is another companion we can meet. In a dry inland region, where the days were long and quiet, there lived an elderly teacher named Soren. He taught children to read and write in a single-room schoolhouse. His voice was soft, and he repeated himself often. One student, a boy named Karim, struggled to keep up. He forgot lessons, lost his place, stared out the window. Soren did not scold him. He simply continued teaching. One afternoon, Karim asked, "Why don't you get angry when I forget?" Soren looked at him for a long moment. "Because forgetting is already happening," he said. "Why add something else to it?" Karim thought about this, though he did not fully understand. Years later, long after Soren had retired, Karim returned to the village as an adult. He visited the old schoolhouse, now empty. He sat at one of the desks and remembered the calm way Soren had spoken, the space he had allowed. In that quiet room, Karim realized something had been given to him without being named. Permission to be unfinished. Permission to move at his own pace. Letting go can look like this too. Releasing our demand that others, or ourselves, move faster, remember better, arrive sooner. The night does not hurry us. It does not ask for progress reports. It simply unfolds. If sleep comes while these words continue, That is part of the unfolding. If wakefulness stays, that is also fine. We are not trying to reach a conclusion. Another story drifts in. In a mountain pass, a courier named Lila carried messages between towns. She walked the same route every week, through fog and sun alike. She knew each bend in the trail. One winter, she slipped on ice and dropped her satchel. Letters scattered down the slope. She scrambled to retrieve them, heart racing. As she gathered them, she noticed one envelope had torn open. The message inside was simple, written in a careful hand. "I release this matter." Lila paused. She read the line again. It had been sent weeks earlier, delayed by weather. She folded the letter gently and placed it back in the envelope. As she continued her route, the words stayed with her. "I release this matter." She did not know what the matter had been, but she recognized the tone. It was not resignation. It was clarity. We rarely know when others have released something that still feels active to us. We carry echoes of old tensions, old efforts, long after they have been set down elsewhere. Letting go sometimes begins when we realize we are the only ones still holding. As the teaching continues, there is no pressure to follow every turn. Stories may overlap, like dreams. Meanings may come and go. We are simply spending time with this single theme, letting it reveal itself from different angles, the way a stone looks different as the light changes. There is nothing to fix here, nothing to complete. We will keep moving gently, story by story, loosening what can be loosened, without force, without demand, allowing the night to do what it does best, carry us onward. The night grows wider as we stay with it. The stories do not line up like lessons. They drift, circle, return. Each one touches the same place, then moves on. There is another life we can quietly observe. In a high desert town, where the horizon stretched unbroken in every direction, there lived a glassblower named Elias. His workshop was small, built from stone and wood, with a single furnace that glowed even in daylight. Elias worked with heat and patience. He knew how quickly glass could collapse if rushed, how easily it could shatter if cooled too soon. Visitors often stood silently while he worked, mesmerized by the molten shapes turning slowly at the end of a long metal rod. One summer evening, Elias attempted a vessel larger than any he had made before. He prepared carefully. He measured. He waited for the glass to reach the right softness. As he lifted the piece from the furnace, a subtle imbalance appeared. The glass sagged slightly to one side. Elias adjusted his grip, trying to correct it. The more he corrected, the more uneven it became. Sweat gathered on his brow. The glass trembled. At last, he lowered the piece back into the furnace and let it melt down completely. An apprentice named Noor, who had been watching quietly, spoke up. It was almost finished. Elias nodded. Almost as heavy, he said. Noor did not understand at first. Later, as the furnace cooled and the workshop darkened, Elias explained, "When I began fixing it, I stopped listening to the glass. I was trying to make it obey an idea I already had." He paused. Letting go sometimes means returning something to the fire. This kind of letting go is difficult to talk about. It does not look like acceptance on the surface. It can look like undoing, like starting again. But beneath it is the same movement releasing the insistence that what is forming must continue as it is. In our own lives, there are moments when we keep shaping something that no longer wants to take that form. We apply more effort, more correction, hoping it will comply. Letting go may feel like failure, but often it is simply honesty. As these thoughts drift by, they do not need to be captured. They can dissolve like heat in the air. Another place comes into view. In a crowded market town, there lived a spice seller named Amara. Her stall was known for its careful order. Each jar was labeled. Each scoop was precise. Amara took pride in this order. It gave her days a sense of control. One morning, a sudden wind swept through the market. Jars rattled. Cloth awnings snapped. A shelf at Amara's stall tipped, spilling spices across the ground. Colors mixed. Scents rose into the air. Amara froze. For a moment, she could not move. A passerby named Theo knelt down, laughing softly as the scents swirled around him. "It smells like the whole world," he said. Amara wanted to shout. Instead, she knelt too. They gathered what they could. Much was lost. Much was ruined. That evening, Amara returned home exhausted. She expected to feel anger, grief, regret. Instead, she felt empty. The next day, she rearranged her stall. Fewer jars, more space. The order was looser. Customers noticed. Some preferred the old way. Others lingered longer, curious. Amara did not explain. She simply worked. Sometimes letting go is not chosen. It arrives as a gust of wind. Our response is where the practice lives. We cannot control when things spill, but we can notice when holding on to the old arrangement causes more pain than the loss itself. The night listens to these stories without judgment. It does not rank them. It does not rush ahead. There is time for another. In a riverside monastery, a bellkeeper named Pavel was responsible for ringing the bell at dawn and dusk. He took this duty seriously. His timing was exact. One evening, as he prepared to ring the bell, he noticed the rope was frayed. He hesitated. If he rang it, it might snap. If he did not, the bell would remain silent. A young monk named Ilya stood nearby. "What will you do?" he asked. Pavel looked at the rope. He looked at the bell tower. He did not answer. He rang the bell. The rope snapped. The bell rang once, loud and clear, then fell silent. Later, Pavel was asked why he had done it. The sound was ready, he said. The rope was not. There is no need to romanticize this. The bell did not ring again until the rope was replaced. Something was lost, but something was also released. The belief that everything must be preserved at all costs. The belief that continuity is always possible. Letting go sometimes means allowing an ending to happen cleanly, rather than stretching it thin. As the night continues, endings and beginnings blur. We may not notice when one becomes the other. Another story arrives quietly. In a farming village, there lived a woman named Hannah who tended a small orchard. Each year, she pruned the trees carefully, removing healthy branches as well as dead ones. A neighbor named Luke watched her one afternoon. "Why cut what is still growing?" he asked. Hannah wiped her hands on her apron. "So the tree does not spend its strength everywhere," she said. Luke frowned. "It seems wasteful." Hannah smiled. "Only if you believe more is always better." Letting go is not about reducing life. It is about allowing life to flow where it can truly move. We often cling to every branch, every option, every version of ourselves. We fear that releasing one will diminish us. But the night teaches otherwise. It narrows the world gently, drawing our attention inward, not as loss, but as rest. You may notice now that the stories feel farther apart or closer. Time stretches. This is natural. There is nothing to track. One more life crosses our path. In a stone quarry, a sculptor named Ren carved figures from large blocks. His hands were strong, his movements deliberate. One day, he discovered a flaw deep inside a stone he had been carving for months. A hidden fracture ran through the center. The piece would never stand as intended. Ren sat beside the stone for hours. He did not touch his tools. A passerby named Mira asked, "Will you abandon it?" Ren shook his head. "I will stop asking it to be what it cannot be." He changed the design. The fracture became part of the form. The sculpture was smaller, simpler, quieter. It sold for less than expected. Ren did not mind. Letting go often asks us to accept a smaller shape than we imagined, not smaller in value, but in scale. Less impressive, more true. As the teaching moves forward, we do not accumulate conclusions. We shed them. The night is generous in this way. It allows us to loosen our grip without explanation. If sleep has already arrived, these words will continue without needing to be heard. If wakefulness remains, that is also fine. We will continue on, gently, with nothing to achieve, nothing to defend, nothing to hold tighter than it wishes to be held. The night does not insist. It stays. It waits. It carries each story the way it carries clouds, without asking them to remain. We continue, not because there is somewhere to reach, but because there is still space to move through. In a quiet harbor town, there lived an old watchmaker named Benoit. His shop was narrow, filled with the soft ticking of many clocks. Some were large and solemn. Others were small and delicate. Each one measured time in its own way. Benoit had inherited the shop from his mentor decades earlier. Over the years, he repaired countless mechanisms, replacing springs, polishing gears, adjusting hands by fractions of a breath. One clock, an ornate piece with a cracked face, had sat on his workbench for years. It no longer kept time accurately. Benoit adjusted it again and again, but it always fell behind. Customers asked why he kept it. "It was my first repair," Benoit said. "I learned on this clock." One evening, as dusk settled and the shop lights dimmed, Benoit stopped working mid-adjustment. He set his tools down and listened. The clock was ticking unevenly, slower than the others. For the first time, Benoit did not reach to correct it. He wound it gently, then placed it on a high shelf where the sound softened and blended with the others. The next morning, he sold the clock to a young couple who liked its quiet pace. "It feels kind," they said. Benoit watched them leave, surprised by the lightness in his chest. Letting go does not always mean discarding. Sometimes it means changing how close something sits to us, how loudly it speaks, how much we ask it to keep up. We often hold certain memories or habits at the center of our attention, even when they no longer serve the rhythm of our lives. Letting go may simply mean moving them to the background, where they can exist without dominating. As the night deepens, the idea of center and edge begins to soften. Everything feels farther away and closer at the same time. Another life emerges. In a mountain village, there lived a baker named Sophia, who rose before dawn each day. She kneaded dough by lamplight, her movements steady and practiced. Sophia had lost her husband many years earlier. She rarely spoke of it. Her days were full, her nights quiet. One winter morning, she burned a batch of bread. The smell filled the bakery. Customers waited outside. Sophia stood still, hands resting on the counter. For a moment, the past rushed in, loss layered upon loss. She opened the door and told the customers there would be no bread that morning. Instead of apologizing, she sat down. The customers dispersed, surprised but not angry. Sophia remained seated until the sun rose fully. Then she cleaned the oven and began again. That day, she baked fewer loaves. She sold them all. Letting go can look like allowing a pause where productivity once ruled, allowing a day to be smaller, allowing grief to pass through without being turned into explanation. The night understands pauses. It is one long pause itself. There is another place we can rest for a moment. In a monastery garden, a caretaker named Tenzin tended a single stone path. He swept it each evening, though leaves fell continuously from the trees above. A visiting nun named Elodie watched him one night. "You could wait until morning," she said. Tenzin nodded. "I could." "Why don't you?" she asked. "Because evening has its own dust," he replied. Elodie smiled but did not ask more. Later, a storm came through the garden, scattering leaves everywhere. The path disappeared beneath them. Tenzin watched from the doorway and did not move. The next morning, he swept again. Letting go includes knowing when effort belongs and when it does not. Not every moment calls for the same response. What mattered in the evening was no longer possible in the storm. We often exhaust ourselves by applying yesterday's effort to today's conditions. As these stories settle, they do not form a single picture. They are fragments. That is enough. Another voice enters softly. In a trading city, there lived a translator named Omar who worked between languages. He spent his days finding equivalent meanings, bridging gaps between words. One phrase troubled him. It appeared often in ancient texts, but had no clear counterpart in his own language. He tried many versions. None satisfied him. One night, Omar left the phrase untranslated. He simply copied the original characters and moved on. When the work was published, readers asked about the omission. "It is not missing," Omar said. "It is resting." Some meanings cannot be carried across intact. Letting go of precision can sometimes preserve truth. We often struggle to translate our inner experiences into words, explanations, stories we can share. Letting go may mean allowing some things to remain unspoken, unpolished. The night welcomes what cannot be translated. Another story moves gently into view. In a coastal monastery, a cook named Celeste prepared meals for the residents. She followed recipes loosely, adjusting based on what was available. One evening, a shipment of ingredients failed to arrive. Celeste improvised, combining what remained. The meal was simple. Some monks complained quietly. Celeste listened, then returned to the kitchen. She did not defend herself. The next evening, she prepared the same simple meal again. This time, the monks ate in silence. Letting go does not always seek approval. Sometimes, it releases the need to explain. As the teaching continues, we may notice that the mind no longer reaches forward. Stories arise, but they do not pull us with them. They pass like lanterns drifting on water. Another presence appears. In a narrow valley, there lived a shepherd named Ansel who guided his flock through changing terrain. He knew which paths were safe, which slopes were unstable. One year, a familiar path collapsed after heavy rains. Rocks blocked the way. Ansel stood before it, remembering all the times he had passed through easily. He turned back and took a longer route. The sheep followed without hesitation. Letting go is sometimes easier for those who do not cling to memory. The sheep did not mourn the lost path. They walked. We, too, can learn from this. Some paths are gone. No amount of remembering restores them. The night does not ask us to forget. It simply allows us to stop insisting. There is still time. In a riverside workshop, a boat builder named Nikolai shaped oars from ash wood. He worked slowly, testing balance with each pass. One oar split unexpectedly as he finished it. Nikolai set it aside without comment. Later, a child named Petra asked why he kept broken pieces around. "They remind me when to stop," he said. Letting go includes stopping. Stopping before frustration turns into force. Stopping before care turns into control. As the hours stretch, the sense of time itself loosens. The mind drifts more freely. Thoughts come without urgency. We are not collecting wisdom. We are allowing weight to fall away. The stories will continue, but they do not need to be followed closely. They are here to accompany, not to lead. We remain with this single, quiet movement, loosening the grip again and again, without needing to name what is released. The night knows how to hold the rest. The night has a way of smoothing edges. What felt sharp earlier now feels distant, as if wrapped in soft cloth. We continue, not because the stories demand it, but because there is room for them. In a narrow street of a hillside city, there lived a bookbinder named Ivana. Her shop smelled of paper, glue, and old leather. Shelves leaned slightly from the weight of unfinished volumes waiting to be repaired. Ivana loved beginnings. She enjoyed sorting loose pages, aligning them, preparing covers. Endings were harder. When a book was finished, she often kept it on her table for days, turning it over, adjusting nothing. One afternoon, a scholar named Raphael came to collect a book Ivana had restored months earlier. He had been patient, almost too patient. "It's ready," Ivana said, though she did not reach for it. Raphael smiled. "You've said that before." Ivana hesitated, then handed it to him. As he opened it, the spine flexed perfectly. The pages lay flat. "It's strong," Raphael said. Ivana nodded, surprised by the quiet relief that followed. When he left, her table was empty for the first time in weeks. The space felt strange. Then it felt light. Letting go often comes disguised as finishing. We believe we are holding on because something is unfinished. But sometimes it is finished, and we are the ones lingering. The night understands lingering. It does not rush us out of it. It simply keeps moving, slowly enough that we can follow when we are ready. Another place opens. In a wide plain where trains passed only once a day, there lived a signal operator named Marta. Her job was simple raise and lower a single flag when the train approached. Most days, nothing happened. Marta spent her hours watching the horizon. She knew every change in light, every shift in weather. One day, the train did not come. Marta raised the flag anyway. At the usual time, she waited. The wind pulled at the fabric. At sunset, she lowered the flag and went home. The next day, she did not raise it. Weeks later, a notice arrived. The route had been closed. The station would soon be dismantled. Marta folded the flag carefully and placed it in a drawer. Letting go can arrive quietly, without ceremony. One day, we stop repeating a gesture, and the world continues without it. We often think we will feel dramatic release, but more often, it feels like a small omission, a pause that becomes permanent. As the night moves forward, you may notice gaps between thoughts. They do not need to be filled. They are part of the rhythm. Another story finds us. In a riverside village, there lived a washer named Delphine. Each morning, she washed clothes at the same bend in the river. She worked alongside others, sharing silence and occasional laughter. Delphine was known for her strength. She wrung fabric thoroughly, leaving it nearly dry before hanging it. One day, her hands began to ache. The pain was dull but persistent. She continued working as before. An older woman named Nadia watched her struggle. "You don't have to squeeze so hard," she said. Delphine shook her head. "It's how I've always done it." Nadia shrugged. "The river will finish the job." The next morning, Delphine wrung the cloth more gently. The water dripped freely. She felt uneasy, as if she were doing something wrong. But the clothes dried all the same. Letting go sometimes means trusting that not everything depends on our effort, that something else is already at work. The night does this for us. It carries us when we stop trying to carry ourselves. Another life appears at the edge of hearing. In a coastal lighthouse, a keeper named Jonas maintained the light through long nights. He trimmed the wick, cleaned the glass, checked the gears. One evening, as fog rolled in thick and heavy, the light flickered and went out. Jonas rushed to fix it, hands shaking. The foghorn sounded in the distance. Ships slowed. Jonas restored the light after several minutes. His heart raced long after. The next morning, he learned that no ships had been harmed. They had navigated by sound and instinct. Jonas sat with this knowledge for a long time. That night, when the fog returned, he worked carefully, but without panic. Letting go does not mean neglect. It means releasing the belief that everything will collapse if we are not perfect. As the teaching continues, the stories may feel farther apart or closer. There is no need to notice which. Another scene comes softly into view. In a vineyard on a gentle slope, there lived a caretaker named Beatrice. She walked the rows each day, checking leaves, tasting grapes. One season, the harvest was smaller than expected. Beatrice worried. She measured soil, adjusted water, consulted others. Nothing changed. At harvest time, she gathered what there was. The wine that year was lighter, subtler. Some complained. Others found it refreshing. Beatrice tasted it one evening and smiled. Letting go sometimes means accepting a different outcome, not as consolation, but as its own expression. The night does not compare nights. Each one is enough. Another presence arrives. In a quiet town square, a street musician named Oleg played the same melody each evening. People gathered, coins collected at his feet. One night, his instrument cracked. The sound warped, uneven. Oleg played anyway. Fewer people stopped. Fewer coins fell. Oleg finished the melody and bowed to the empty square. The next evening, he did not play. Weeks later, he returned with a new tune. Letting go includes allowing silence where sound once lived, allowing absence without immediately filling it. As the night deepens, silence may begin to feel thicker, more present. It does not need to be pushed away. Another story settles nearby. In a mountain village, a weaver named Clara worked on a loom inherited from her grandmother. She followed old patterns, thread by thread. One pattern frustrated her. The colors never aligned the way she expected. After many attempts, Clara cut the threads and started again with a simpler design. The cloth was plain. It sold quickly. Clara kept weaving simply. Letting go is sometimes a quiet decision to stop complicating what does not need complexity. The night simplifies us. It strips away the extra. Another life crosses our path. In a traveling caravan, a guide named Farid led groups across open land. He knew the stars, the landmarks. One evening, clouds covered the sky. Farid slowed. A traveler asked, "Are we lost?" Farid shook his head. "We are just not in a hurry." They arrived later than planned. No harm came of it. Letting go of urgency can reveal that much of what we fear is tied to imagined deadlines. The night has no deadline. It unfolds fully, whether we watch or sleep through it. Another small story arrives. In a village kitchen, a cook named Lian prepared soup each night for her family. She tasted constantly, adjusting seasoning. One evening, distracted by conversation, she forgot to taste. The soup was bland. They ate it anyway. Lian laughed. "Tomorrow will be better," she said. Letting go can be as simple as not correcting everything. As these stories continue, they do not build toward a conclusion. They thin out, like thoughts as sleep approaches. We remain with this single movement, loosening, easing, releasing, without needing to decide what is being let go. The night holds the rest, patiently, whether we are aware of it or not. The night continues to open, not outward, but inward. Sounds soften, edges blur. What once felt like a sequence now feels more like a field, where stories appear and fade without asking to be followed. We stay with letting go, not as an idea, but as a gentle movement that repeats itself in many lives. In a narrow canyon town, there lived a bridge keeper named Samuel. His task was simple each morning. He unlocked the small wooden bridge that crossed the ravine, and each evening, he locked it again. The bridge was old. It creaked in the wind. Travelers crossed carefully, aware of the drop below. One spring, engineers arrived to build a new bridge farther upstream. It was wider, stronger, made of steel. When the new bridge opened, fewer people crossed Samuel's bridge. Days passed without footsteps. Still, each morning, Samuel unlocked it. Each evening, he locked it. A child named Elise watched him one day. "No one uses it," she said. Samuel nodded. "Not today." Then why, she asked. Samuel looked at the bridge, then at the sky beyond it. "I haven't finished saying goodbye." Weeks later, after a heavy storm, the old bridge was damaged beyond repair. Samuel did not unlock it that morning. He stood quietly, hands at his sides. That evening, he did not return. Letting go sometimes takes longer than the world allows, and sometimes the world helps us finish. As these stories move through us, they do not need agreement. They do not need analysis. They simply offer a place to rest. Another life appears gently. In a quiet port city, there lived a cartographer named Helena. She drew maps of coastlines and roads, careful and precise. One region troubled her. The shoreline changed constantly with tides and storms. Each map became outdated almost as soon as it was finished. Helena redrew it again and again. One night, she left the coastline blank, marking only the inland paths. When questioned, she said, "The water will decide." Some criticized her. Others found the map more useful. Letting go may look like leaving space where certainty once lived. The night itself is such a space, vast, undefined, unconcerned with being fully known. Another presence moves quietly beside us. In a hillside orchard, a fruit picker named Tomasz gathered apples each autumn. He worked methodically, filling basket after basket. One year, frost came early. Many apples fell before they ripened. Tomasz gathered what he could. He left the rest on the ground. A neighbor asked, "Why not collect them anyway?" "They are already feeding something else," Tomasz said. Letting go can mean recognizing when something no longer belongs to us. We often believe ownership lasts longer than it does, but the night reminds us that everything is borrowed for a time. Another story drifts close. In a stone monastery, a librarian named Aiko cared for old scrolls. She repaired them carefully, preserving fragile edges. One scroll resisted repair. The paper crumbled no matter how gently she worked. At last, Aiko wrapped it in plain cloth and placed it in storage. She wrote a label, "Unrestorable." Years later, a scholar found it and thanked her. "Now we know where it ends," he said. Letting go can clarify boundaries. It can tell us where effort no longer belongs. As the hours deepen, boundaries soften too. The difference between listening and drifting becomes less important. Another quiet life joins us. In a mountain pass, a stonecutter named Ivar shaped markers for travelers. Each stone bore a direction, a distance. One marker cracked while being carved. The words were incomplete. Ivar placed it at a crossroads anyway. Travelers used it, interpreting it as best they could. Letting go does not always deliver clarity. Sometimes it offers enough. The night is made of enough. Enough darkness. Enough quiet. Another story arrives without urgency. In a river town, a ferry scheduler named Lotta organized crossings each day. She kept careful records. One evening, she noticed a mistake in the ledger from years earlier. A missed crossing. A delay she had forgotten. She closed the book and did not correct it. Letting go may include allowing the past to remain imperfect. The night does not correct yesterday. It simply arrives. Another figure steps softly into view. In a small observatory, a sky watcher named Matteo recorded stars each night. He charted their movements with precision. One evening, clouds covered the sky completely. Matteo waited, then closed his notebook. He sat quietly instead. The next morning, he wrote, "Clouded." Letting go can be a single word, a simple acknowledgement. As these stories continue, they thin, like thoughts dissolving into sleep. The mind no longer needs to follow each one. They can pass through, or around, or not at all. Another life flickers briefly. In a workshop, a clock painter named Irina restored faces worn smooth by time. She repainted numbers carefully, One clock had lost its markings entirely. She considered repainting it, then left it blank. It still worked. Letting go may reveal that function does not always depend on form. The night functions without light. Another quiet ending appears. In a village square, a storyteller named Benno sat each evening, telling familiar tales. Over time, fewer people came. One night, no one arrived. Benno told the story anyway, softly, to the empty square. The next night, he stayed home. Letting go can be gentle. It does not always announce itself. As we remain here together, there is no need to keep track of how many stories have passed. There is no need to hold on to any of them. They are like leaves on water, drifting by, touching briefly, then moving on. We stay with this single, steady theme, loosening the hand, easing the grip, allowing what has already happened to be complete. If sleep has come, these words continue without asking to be heard. If wakefulness remains, it can rest here too. The night does not ask us to do anything with what we have heard. It simply carries us forward, gently, as letting go continues to unfold on its own. The night feels deeper now, not because anything has changed, but because there is less need to notice change. The stories move more slowly, or perhaps we do. We remain with letting go, not reaching for it, not pushing it away, just allowing it to appear where it does. In a quiet inland town, there lived a rope maker named Stefan. His workshop smelled of hemp and oil. Each rope he made was measured carefully, twisted with steady pressure, coiled neatly at the end. Stefan had learned the trade from his father, who had learned it from his own. The method was precise. Any variation was corrected immediately. One afternoon, Stefan noticed his hands were no longer as strong as they had been. The tension in the rope wavered slightly. He tightened his grip to compensate. The rope held, but Stefan's shoulders ached long after. A younger worker named Milo watched him. "You don't have to pull so hard," he said. Stefan shook his head. "If I don't, it won't be right." Milo said nothing. The next week, Stefan tried easing the pressure just a little. The rope came out uneven. He almost discarded it, but instead set it aside. A sailor bought it anyway. "It feels softer," he said. Stefan nodded, uncertain. Letting go sometimes asks us to accept a shift in how we meet the world. Strength changes. Methods adapt. What once required force may now require allowance. The night understands this kind of transition. It does not demand the same sharpness from us that the day does. Another life drifts close. In a hilltop village, a bell polisher named Martha Louise cared for the old church bells. She climbed the narrow tower weekly, polishing the bronze until it shone. She liked the way the bells looked in the sun. She believed their clarity depended on her work. One season, illness kept her from climbing. Dust gathered. The bells dulled. When she returned months later, she expected complaints. There were none. The bells rang as they always had. Martha Louise polished them again, but more lightly. Letting go can reveal that some things continue without our constant attention, that our effort, while sincere, may not be as central as we believed. As the night moves on, effort itself begins to soften. Even listening may feel optional. Another story comes quietly. In a desert settlement, there lived a water keeper named Rahim. His job was to open and close channels that directed water to different fields. Each farmer depended on his timing. Rahim took this responsibility seriously. One year, the rains were unpredictable. The channels filled unevenly. Some fields thrived, others dried. Farmers argued. Rahim listened. He adjusted what he could, but the imbalance remained. One evening, he closed the channels earlier than usual and went home. The next day, he explained nothing. Over time, the farmers adapted, planting differently, sharing water. Letting go does not mean abandoning responsibility. It can mean releasing the belief that we alone must maintain balance. The night balances itself without instruction. Another presence appears gently. In a seaside village, a sail mender named Eliseo repaired torn canvas. He worked slowly, reinforcing weak points. One sail came to him patched so many times it was stiff and heavy. Eliseo added one more patch, then stopped. He returned it as it was. The sailor frowned. Will it hold? Eliseo shrugged. For a while. Sometimes, letting go is the recognition of limits. Not everything can be reinforced indefinitely. As the night continues, limits feel kinder. Boundaries feel less like walls and more like edges we can rest against. Another life enters. In a mountain library, a caretaker named Yara kept the fire lit through winter. She rose at night to tend it. One stormy evening, exhausted, she slept through the fire's fading. The library grew cold. In the morning, she rekindled it. Nothing was damaged. Yara began sleeping through the night. Letting go can begin with realizing that rest is not negligence. The night agrees. Another story settles nearby. In a market square, a sign painter named Kiro refreshed faded shop signs. His colors were bold, his lines exact. One sign resisted repainting. The wood was warped, the letters uneven. Ciro repainted it anyway, then again, then again. At last, he stopped. He left the old paint showing through. People liked it more that way. Letting go may reveal beauty where control obscured it. The night has its own beauty, uncorrected. Another quiet figure appears. In a vineyard cellar, a barrel keeper named Nomi tasted wine as it aged. She marked notes carefully. One barrel developed an unexpected flavor. Nomi worried. She tested it repeatedly. The flavor remained. She labeled it and moved on. The wine was unusual. Some disliked it. Others sought it out. Letting go does not promise universal approval. It allows what is to be, what it is. As these stories pass, they no longer ask for attention. They simply exist in the background, like distant lamps. Another life crosses our path. In a village schoolyard, a groundskeeper named Henrik raked gravel each evening, smoothing footprints. Children ran across it each morning. One day, Henrik left a section unraked. No one noticed. He stopped raking altogether. Letting go can begin when we see that some gestures are invisible, even as we perform them. The night is full of invisible gestures. Another presence arrives softly. In a narrow canal city, a boat cleaner named Sabine scrubbed hulls at dawn. She took pride in the shine. One morning, algae returned faster than usual. Sabine scrubbed harder. The next day, it returned again. She slowed. The boats moved through the water regardless. Letting go can be the decision to stop fighting what naturally returns. As the night deepens, return and release feel less opposed. Thoughts return. Sleep returns. Letting go returns too. Another small story appears. In a pottery shed, a glaze mixer named Anouk prepared batches by memory. She adjusted instinctively. One batch came out dull. She considered fixing it, then used it anyway. The pots were calm, muted. She mixed more like that. Letting go can quietly change our taste. The night changes ours as well, drawing us towards softer tones. Another figure appears briefly. In a mountain inn, a host named Pavelin folded linens each morning. He folded precisely. One day, distracted, he folded carelessly. No guest complained. He folded more loosely from then on. Letting go may begin with noticing that perfection is often self-imposed. The night imposes nothing. Another quiet ending arrives. In a riverside chapel, a candle lighter named Mireya replaced spent candles each evening. She enjoyed the ritual. One night, she forgot. The chapel was dark. In the morning, sunlight filled it. Mireya smiled. Letting go can reveal that light comes from more than one place. As we remain here together, the stories feel thinner, more transparent. They do not cling. Neither do we. We stay with this single, gentle movement, releasing what tightens, easing what strains, allowing what is finished to rest. If sleep is present, it can deepen without interruption. If wakefulness lingers, it can linger kindly. The night does not ask us to choose. It continues to hold us. Quietly, as letting go unfolds on its own, without effort, without demand, exactly as it needs to. The night feels almost still now, as if it has settled into its own breathing. The stories no longer arrive with edges. They come softly, already half dissolved, like thoughts just before sleep. We remain with letting go, not as something to accomplish, but as something that keeps happening when we stop interfering. In a small valley village, there lived a miller named Oscar. His watermill had turned for generations, fed by a steady stream that ran down from the hills. Oscar maintained the wheel carefully, clearing debris, listening for changes in its sound. One summer, the stream slowed. Stones emerged where water had always covered them. The wheel turned unevenly, then stopped. Oscar waited, expecting the flow to return. Days passed. The stream remained shallow. Villagers asked what he would do. "I will wait," Oscar said. But the grain, they asked. Oscar shrugged. "We will find another way." Eventually, people carried their grain to a mill farther away. Oscar helped them load carts. He did not argue. When autumn came, rain returned. The stream filled. The wheel turned again. Oscar did not rush to reopen the mill. He let it turn quietly for days before using it. Letting go can include trusting cycles we do not control. It can mean allowing pauses without panic, knowing that movement may return in its own time. The night is such a pause. Nothing is broken here. Nothing needs fixing. Another life drifts into view. In a coastal town, a lighthouse painter named Edda refreshed the tower each spring. She climbed scaffolding, applying white paint in even strokes. One year, she noticed cracks beneath the paint. She filled them, painted over them, filled again. The cracks returned. Etta stood back and looked at the tower. From the sea, the cracks were invisible. She painted more lightly after that. Letting go sometimes means seeing from farther away. What feels urgent up close may soften with distance. The night gives us that distance. Thoughts that felt sharp earlier now feel far off, less demanding. Another story finds its way gently to us. In a mountain hamlet, there lived a letter carrier named Benwata. She walked the same route each day, delivering messages by hand. She knew which houses waited eagerly, which received mail rarely. One winter, the roads became impassable. Benwata could not complete her route. She delivered what she could and returned home. The letters waited. When spring came, she resumed her work. No one blamed her. Letting go may include releasing responsibility when circumstances make it impossible. The world often understands more than we expect. As the night deepens, responsibility loosens its grip. The need to manage fades. Another presence appears quietly. In a stone workshop, a chisel sharpener named Aaron maintained tools for others. His edges were famous for their precision. One day, his eyesight blurred. He over-sharpened, then dulled the blade, correcting it. Aaron paused. He adjusted his workbench, moved closer to the light, worked more slowly. The edges were not as perfect. They were sufficient. Letting go can be the shift from exactness to adequacy, from perfect to enough. The night thrives on enough. Another story moves in softly. In a riverside inn, a guest registrar named Lisette recorded names in a ledger. She prided herself on neat handwriting. One evening, her pen leaked ink, smudging several entries. She sighed, then closed the book. In the morning, she started a new page. Letting go can be as simple as turning the page without trying to erase what has already marked it. The night turns pages for us. We do not need to follow every line. Another life settles briefly nearby. In a village square, a fountain keeper named Gianni cleaned algae from stone basins weekly. He scrubbed until the stone was pale. One summer, the algae returned faster than he could clean it. He scrubbed less. The fountain continued to run. Children still played nearby. Letting go can mean allowing a little green to remain. The night allows darkness to remain. It does not polish itself into daylight. Another story arrives without urgency. In a hillside convent, a gardener named Maribel tended herbs for the kitchen. She harvested carefully, never taking too much. One season, the plants grew wild. Maribel could not keep up. She harvested less. The herbs spread. fragrant, and abundant. Letting go may allow growth we could not plan. As these stories pass, they require less attention. They are companions now, not guides. Another figure appears faintly. In a narrow mountain road, a stone marker carver named Jovan engraved distances. He was exact. One marker chipped after installation. The number was unclear. Travelers still found their way. Letting go may include accepting ambiguity. Not everything must be precise to be useful. The night is full of ambiguity. It holds us anyway. Another presence comes quietly. In a coastal fishery, a net counter named Rhea tallied daily catches. She tracked numbers carefully. One day, her ledger was lost in the wind. She shrugged and went home. The next day, she started counting again. Letting go can include releasing records when memory suffices. As the night continues, memory itself softens. Details blur. That is not a loss. It is a settling. Another story flickers briefly. In a bell tower, a rope splicer named Henriksen repaired frayed lines. He replaced them early, preventing breaks. One rope broke unexpectedly. The bell rang once, then stopped. Henriksen repaired it the next day. Life continued. Letting go includes accepting that prevention is not always possible. The night accepts this easily. Another quiet life appears. In a traveling theater, a prop keeper named Luma packed sets each night. She labeled everything. One night, a prop was lost. The scene was performed without it. Few noticed. Letting go can reveal how little some details matter. As we stay here, the mind may drift in and out of listening. That drifting is welcome. Another gentle presence appears. In a monastery kitchen, a rice washer named Sonam rinsed grains until the water ran clear. One evening, tired, she rinsed less thoroughly. The rice was fine. Sonam smiled. Letting go may begin with discovering that our standards are sometimes heavier than necessary. The night lightens those standards naturally. Another story approaches quietly. In a vineyard path, a lantern hanger named Patrice lit the way at dusk. He checked each lantern carefully. One evening, he missed one. The path was still visible by moonlight. Patrice left the lantern unlit the next night too. Letting go can be a quiet trust in other sources of light. As the night deepens, inner light replaces effort. Another small story drifts by. In a tailor's room, a thread sorter named Xenia organized spools by color. She kept them perfectly aligned. One day, a spool rolled away and mixed with others. She left it. Letting go can be the decision not to restore order immediately. The night is spacious because it does not organize itself tightly. Another presence arrives softly. In a riverside bell foundry, a mold maker named Radu shaped forms for casting. He aimed for symmetry. One mold warped slightly. The bell rang with a different tone. Some preferred it. Letting go may allow new sounds to emerge. As the hours stretch, sounds themselves soften. Silence grows more present. Another life passes briefly. In a coastal watch hut, a horizon observer named Elin scanned the sea daily. She noted changes. One day, she saw nothing new. She closed her notebook early. Letting go can include accepting stillness as complete. The night is complete in its stillness. Another gentle ending appears. In a village bakery, a crumb sweeper named Thomasina cleaned floors each night. She swept meticulously. One night, she left crumbs behind. In the morning, birds had gathered. Thomasina smiled. Letting go can invite unexpected guests. As we remain here together, there is no need to hold these stories. They are already leaving as they arrive. We stay with this one. Simple movement, loosening, easing, releasing without naming what is released, without checking our progress. If sleep has arrived, it will continue to carry you without interruption. If wakefulness remains, it can rest in this softness without obligation. The night holds both equally, patiently, as letting go continues on its own, quietly, steadily, without asking anything from us at all. The night has thinned almost to transparency. Words feel lighter now, as if they could pass through without leaving a trace. We continue gently, not adding weight, not asking for more than what is already here. Letting go has begun to feel less like an action and more like a condition, something that is simply present when effort recedes. In a small coastal plain, there lived a salt harvester named Irina. Each day, she walked the shallow pools, scraping salt crystals as the water evaporated. The work required patience more than strength. One season, the sun was weaker. Crystals formed slowly, unevenly. Irina returned to the pools again and again, expecting the harvest to be ready. It was not. After many days, she stopped checking so often. She let the pools be. When the salt finally formed, it was coarse and imperfect. Still, it was salt. It preserved food. It served its purpose. Letting go can mean releasing our timetable, allowing things to arrive in their own shape, on their own schedule. The night has its own schedule too. Sleep does not respond well to being summoned. It comes when invited, and often when unnoticed. Another quiet life comes near. In a stone workshop at the edge of a forest, there lived a tool cleaner named Benoa. His job was to wash soil and resin from tools used by others. He worked at a long wooden table near a stream. Benoa was thorough. He cleaned until no trace remained. One day, the stream ran muddy after rain. The tools never seemed fully clean. Benoa scrubbed harder. An older worker named Rika watched him. "They will get dirty again," she said. Benoa paused. He rinsed the tools once more and set them out to dry, faint stains remaining. The tools worked just as well the next day. Letting go can include stopping at clean enough, trusting that usefulness does not depend on spotless perfection. The night is not spotless. It is full of shadows, and it works just fine. Another presence drifts gently into awareness. In a hillside cemetery, a grounds tender named Salvatore trimmed grass around old stones. He read names as he worked. Some stones were clear, others were worn smooth. Salvatore traced one smooth stone with his finger. The name was gone. He stood quietly, then moved on. Letting go sometimes means accepting that some details dissolve with time, and that this does not erase what mattered. The night erases outlines. It does not erase presence. Another story arrives softly. In a narrow river gorge, a bridge painter named Yelena refreshed warning stripes on railings. She painted carefully, measuring spacing. One year, the paint supply ran low. She finished the railings unevenly. Travelers crossed safely anyway. Yelena did not reorder paint until the next season. Letting go can be the recognition that safety and meaning are not always dependent on symmetry. The night is asymmetrical. It still carries us. Another quiet figure appears. In a village dairy, a cheese turner named Paolo flipped wheels daily to ensure even aging. He marked each turn carefully. One afternoon, he forgot a wheel. When he noticed days later, the cheese was uneven, but flavorful. Paolo smiled and sold it as is. Letting go may open space for variation we did not plan. As the night deepens, variation becomes softer. Dreams begin to mix with listening. Another life moves gently into view. In a mountain road station, a signpost checker named Liesel inspected markers weekly. She tightened bolts, repainted arrows. One sign leaned slightly after a storm. Liesel considered fixing it, then left it. Travelers adjusted instinctively. Letting go can include trusting others to navigate without perfect guidance. The night trusts us in this way. It does not guide each step. Another presence comes quietly. In a coastal rope yard, a fiber sorter named Anton separated strands by thickness. He prided himself on consistency. One shipment arrived mixed. Anton sighed, then sorted roughly. The ropes made from it were strong enough. Letting go can be the choice to stop refining beyond what is needed. The night refines nothing. It simply settles. Another story drifts in. In a town archive, a dust wiper named Mirek cleaned shelves weekly. He followed a strict pattern. One week, he missed a shelf. Nothing changed. He altered his pattern after that. Letting go can be a small adjustment that frees energy without consequence. As the hours stretch, energy itself becomes less urgent. Even attention loosens its grip. Another quiet life approaches. In a mountain valley, a snow marker named Kaido placed poles each winter to show safe paths. He measured spacing carefully. One winter, snowfall came late. He placed fewer poles. People walked cautiously and safely. Letting go can include trusting awareness instead of markers. The night removes markers. We still find our way. Another story appears faintly. In a village laundry, a water heater named Soraya maintained steady temperature. She adjusted valves constantly. One night, she forgot. The water cooled. No one complained. Soraya adjusted less after that. Letting go can be learning that constant vigilance is not always required. The night is not vigilant. It is receptive. Another life moves quietly past. In a coastal cliff path, a railing inspector named Ulrich checked bolts monthly. He kept notes. One bolt loosened unexpectedly. He tightened it the next day. Nothing had happened in between. Letting go includes accepting that not all risks must be eliminated to zero. The night holds risk gently, without alarm. Another story glides in softly. In a countryside chapel, a hymn page turner named Elise waited for cues during services. She was precise. One evening, she turned a page late. The singing paused, then resumed. Elise relaxed her grip on the book. Letting go can include allowing small disruptions without panic. The night is full of gentle disruptions, sounds, shifts, dreams, and it remains kind. Another presence appears. In a vineyard loft, a spider web clearer named Thomas removed webs weekly. He disliked disorder. One week, he left a web. It caught insects. The loft was quieter. Thomas left more webs. Letting go may allow unseen helpers to do their work. The night is full of unseen helpers. Another story settles softly. In a mountain town, a window polisher named Ivo cleaned glass storefronts daily. He liked clarity. One morning, fog covered everything. Ivo did not polish. When the fog lifted, the windows were clear enough. Letting go can include waiting for conditions to change on their own. The night always changes on its own. Another life appears briefly. In a small theater, a curtain straightener named Alma adjusted folds before each show. One night, she left them uneven. The play went on. Alma smiled from the wings. Letting go can be realizing that the show does not depend on perfect preparation. The night performs itself without rehearsal. Another quiet ending drifts by. In a riverside workshop, a knot counter named Leon tallied finished knots daily. He was exact. One day, he lost count. He finished the rope anyway. It held. Letting go can be trusting the strength that remains even without measurement. As we remain here together, words feel almost unnecessary. Stories pass like distant lights, barely touching. We are no longer moving through them. They are moving through us, or past us, or simply dissolving before arrival. We stay with this single, gentle truth. Nothing needs to be held tighter than it already is. If sleep has come, it will deepen naturally, without effort. If wakefulness remains, it can float here, unburdened, without needing to listen closely. The night continues to hold us in this easing, this quiet release, where letting go is no longer something we do, but something that simply happens again and again, as naturally as the dark itself. The night is very wide now. Words arrive slowly, as if they are already half asleep. We do not need to hold them. They rest where they land, then fade on their own. Letting go has become quieter, almost invisible. It is happening between moments, not inside them. In a low marshland village, there lived a reed cutter named Ottilia. Each season, she harvested reeds for roofing and baskets. She knew the right height to cut, leaving enough for regrowth. One year, the water rose higher than usual. The reeds bent and tangled. Cutting them cleanly was impossible. Ottilia worked for a while, then stopped. She waited for the water to recede. When it did, some reeds had broken. Some had drifted away. Others stood taller than before. Ottilia harvested what remained and left the rest. Letting go can be waiting for conditions to change rather than forcing movement through resistance. The night does not push against anything. It waits, and in waiting, things soften. Another quiet life appears. In a hillside hamlet, a stairstone inspector named Cohen checked steps leading up the mountain path. He tested each one, listening for hollow sounds. One step rang differently. Cohen marked it for repair. Weeks passed. No one stumbled. Cohen removed the mark. Letting go can be recognizing when concern has outlived its usefulness. The night releases concern without effort. Another presence drifts gently into awareness. In a coastal herb drying shed, a hanger named Morella arranged bundles carefully. She spaced them evenly for air to pass through. One bundle fell to the floor overnight. Morella rehung it without adjusting the others. The herbs dried just fine. Letting go can be the decision not to correct the entire system for a single variation. The night allows variation everywhere. Another story settles softly nearby. In a mountain tunnel, a lamplighter named Hakan maintained oil lamps at regular intervals. He counted his steps between them. One night, he lost count. The tunnel was still passable. Hakan stopped counting after that. Letting go can include releasing internal measurements when the path remains clear. The night does not measure itself. It simply is. Another figure appears faintly. In a riverside dye house, a fabric stirrer named Neve mixed vats of color. She stirred constantly to keep shades even. One evening, distracted, she stirred less. The cloth came out mottled, gentle in tone. Customers liked it. Neve stirred less often after that. Letting go may soften what was once uniform. As the night deepens, uniformity dissolves. Nothing insists on sameness. Another quiet life crosses our path. In a mountain pass shelter, a wood stacker named Risto arranged firewood neatly. He aligned each log. One stormy night, the stack collapsed. Risto rebuilt it loosely. It held. Letting go can be the release of unnecessary precision. The night is loosely held together, and it holds us well. Another story arrives without weight. In a town print shop, a page aligner named Yvonne adjusted margins carefully. She checked each sheet. One run came out slightly off. She printed anyway. Readers read without noticing. Letting go can be realizing how often our adjustments go unseen. The night adjusts nothing for an audience. Another presence appears quietly. In a vineyard storehouse, a cork counter named Elias counted inventory nightly. He was exact. One evening, tired, he estimated. The count was close enough. He estimated more often after that. Letting go may begin with trusting approximation. As the hours stretch, approximation becomes natural. Time itself becomes approximate. another life glides into view. In a lakeside dock, a rope coil arranger named Freya coiled lines carefully to prevent tangles. One rope was left uncoiled. It tangled slightly. Freya untangled it easily and left it uncoiled again. Letting go can be accepting small inconveniences rather than preventing them at all costs. The night accepts small inconveniences as part of its fabric. Another story moves gently past. In a village apothecary, a jar labeler named Benoitine rewrote fading labels. She liked clarity. One jar's label was unreadable. She left it. She remembered what it held. Letting go can be trusting memory instead of signage. The night trusts us to remember nothing. Another quiet presence arrives. In a monastery courtyard, a pebble arranger named Takeshi lined stones along paths. He adjusted spacing daily. One day, he stopped adjusting. The path remained. Letting go can be realizing that structure holds even without constant refinement. The night holds structure invisibly. Another story drifts softly into awareness. In a river delta, a tide marker named Serene noted water levels hourly. She kept careful charts. One night, she missed a reading. The tides continued. Serene wrote fewer notes after that. Letting go can include missing a moment and discovering nothing collapses. The night misses nothing and records nothing. Another life appears briefly. In a hill town, a roof tile inspector named Pavel checked for loose tiles after storms. One tile shifted slightly. Pavel watched it for days. It did not fall. He stopped watching. Letting go can be stepping back from vigilance. The night is not vigilant, it is receptive. Another quiet story comes near. In a countryside inn, a key sorter named Linnea arranged room keys by number. She checked them nightly. One key was misplaced. The room was still used. Linnea relaxed her sorting. Letting go can be learning. That order can bend without breaking. The night bends gently around everything. Another presence drifts in. In a mountain orchard, a fruit counter named Rohan tallied harvests carefully. One basket was not counted. The season ended anyway. Letting go can include releasing totals. The night does not total itself. Another story flickers softly. In a harbor office, a tide bell ringer named Maud rang a bell at set intervals. She was punctual. One day, she rang it late. No one noticed. She rang it less precisely after that. Letting go can include loosening our grip on time. The night loosens time completely. Another quiet figure appears. In a traveling library cart, a bookstrapper named Elias secured loads tightly. One strap loosened. The books remained. He tied them more loosely thereafter. Letting go may reveal that things are more stable than we believe. As the night continues, stability feels natural, even without effort. Another story arrives quietly. In a small chapel, a bench-aligner named Roswitha straightened seating before services. One bench stayed crooked. People sat anyway. Roswitha stopped aligning. Letting go can be seeing that comfort does not always require symmetry. The night is comfortable without alignment. Another presence moves softly past. In a riverbank fish ladder, a rung checker named Miro tested each rung daily. One rung wobbled. Fish still passed. Miro tested less often. Letting go can include trusting movement to find its way. The night moves without testing each step. Another gentle life appears. In a candle workshop, a wick trimmer named Elska cut wicks to exact length. One wick was left long. The candle burned fine. She trimmed less. Letting go can include allowing flame to manage itself. The night is a flame without trimming. Another story passes lightly. In a mountain village, a path marker painter named Simon refreshed symbols annually. One symbol faded. Travelers still arrived. He repainted less frequently. Letting go may mean trusting collective memory. The night is a shared memory we do not need to recall. Another presence drifts close. In a coastal smokehouse, a vent opener named Alvar adjusted airflow constantly. One vent stayed closed longer than planned. The fish smoked well. Alvar adjusted less. Letting go can include easing control. The night is ease itself. Another quiet ending floats by. In a riverside workshop, a knot inspector named Yvette checked finished work carefully. One knot was left unchecked. It held. Letting go can be trusting what has already been tied. As we remain here together, stories are barely stories now. They are impressions, soft movements, faint shapes passing in the dark. There is nothing left to understand, nothing left to hold. If sleep is here, it can deepen without disturbance. If wakefulness remains, it can rest in this thinning, this gentle fading of effort. The night continues on its own, carrying us in this quiet release, where letting go is no longer noticed at all, and nothing is asked of us as the dark slowly, patiently holds everything exactly as it is. The night is almost silent now. Even the words seem to arrive from far away, as if they have already passed through sleep before reaching us. We remain together, without effort, without direction, letting go continue in its own quiet way. There is no need to remember what has been said. It has already done what it needed to do. In a wide river plain, there lived an old ferryman named Czesław. For decades, he guided a small wooden boat across the slow water. He knew every current, every shallow place. As he aged, his hands grew stiff. The oar felt heavier. The crossings took longer. One evening, a younger ferryman named Jakub arrived to help. He offered to take over some crossings. Czesław watched from the shore as Jakub worked. The boat moved smoothly. Passengers laughed, relaxed. The next day, Czesław did not take up the oar. He sat instead, feeling the river move without him. Letting go can be the quiet acceptance that a role has already begun to loosen on its own. The night loosens roles naturally. It does not ask who we are. Another gentle life drifts into awareness. In a mountain monastery, a floor polisher named Daria rubbed stone corridors until they shone. She liked the reflection of lantern light on clean stone. One winter, her knees ached. She polished less. The stone dulled. Monks walked quietly as always. Daria polished only when she felt like it after that. Letting go may mean releasing the belief that beauty depends entirely on our effort. The night is beautiful without polish. Another story arrives faintly. In a harbor town, a knot teacher named Emilio taught sailors how to tie complex knots. He corrected mistakes patiently. One evening, a student tied a knot incorrectly, but it held. Emilio nodded and said nothing. Letting go can be allowing function to replace form. The night functions without instruction. Another presence appears quietly. In a hillside vineyard, a leaf remover named Corinne thinned vines carefully. She followed strict guidelines. One season, she removed fewer leaves. The grapes ripened anyway. Corinne smiled and worked more gently. Letting go can include trusting growth without constant adjustment. As the night deepens, growth happens elsewhere, unseen. Another life flickers gently. In a town square, a lamplighter named Istvan lit street lamps each evening. He carried a long pole, moving methodically. One night, a lamp remained unlit. Moonlight filled the street. Istvan left it unlit the next night too. Letting go can include trusting other sources of illumination. The night offers its own light. Another story drifts in. In a riverside workshop, a boat painter named Noah refreshed hull markings. She kept lines crisp. One boat's markings faded unevenly. Noah left them. The boat moved fine. Letting go may be realizing that clarity is not always necessary for movement. The night moves without markers. Another quiet figure appears. In a forest lodge, a firewood measurer named Antonina stacked wood to exact height. One stack was shorter. The fire burned just as long. Antonina stacked less carefully after that. Letting go can include releasing measurement. The night measures nothing. Another presence glides by. In a hill town, a stair rail wiper named Fedor cleaned handrails daily. One day, he skipped. The rails were still used. Fedor skipped more often. Letting go can be learning that cleanliness has degrees. The night is not clean or dirty. It simply is. Another soft story appears. In a coastal village, a fish scale washer named Mirek rinsed baskets meticulously. One basket retained scales. The next catch was unaffected. Mirek rinsed less. Letting go can include accepting traces. The night is full of traces, stars, shadows, and holds them gently. Another life arrives briefly. In a chapel loft, a bell rope straightener named Anya aligned coils carefully. One rope lay crooked. The bell rang. Anya stopped straightening. Letting go may reveal that sound does not depend on neatness. The night hums without arrangement. Another presence drifts in. In a mountain inn, a window shutter checker named Luca closed shutters nightly. One window remained open. Cool air entered softly. Guests slept well. Luca closed fewer shutters after that. Letting go can include allowing the night in. Another quiet life appears. In a riverside market, a basket weaver named Selma trimmed stray fibers. One basket remained rough. It held produce just fine. Selma trimmed less. Letting go can include releasing finishing touches. The night is unfinished and complete. Another story passes lightly. In a port warehouse, a crate label reader named Thomas checked shipments carefully. One label was missing. The crate reached its destination. Thomas worried less after that. Letting go can include trusting systems beyond our oversight. The night trusts the world to turn. Another presence arrives softly. In a hilltop shrine, a bell dust wiper named Hana cleaned surfaces daily. One day, dust remained. No one noticed. Hana cleaned less. Letting go may begin with realizing how little notice some efforts receive. The night notices nothing and everything. Another gentle life moves past. In a town archive, a spine aligner named Christoph straightened shelves. One shelf leaned slightly. Books remained accessible. Christoph left it. Letting go can be accepting small tilts. The night tilts the world gently into rest. Another story drifts near. In a coastal smokehouse, a hook counter named Eleanor tallied hanging fish. One count was off. The batch smoked fine. Eleanor counted less strictly. Letting go can include releasing numbers. The night has no numbers. Another presence glides quietly. In a mountain bathhouse, a towel folder named Nico folded linen neatly. One towel was folded poorly. Guests dried off anyway. Nico folded more casually. Letting go can be easing into sufficiency. The night is sufficient. Another story appears faintly. In a village post office, a stamp licker named Radka moistened stamps precisely. One stamp was placed crooked. The letter arrived. Radka smiled. Letting go can be accepting imperfection in delivery. The night delivers rest imperfectly and well. Another quiet life passes. In a hillside orchard, a fruit spotter named Jay inspected for blemishes. One blemished apple remained. It was eaten happily. Jay inspected less. Letting go can be allowing life as it is. The night allows everything. Another presence moves softly past. In a river bridge hut, a lantern refill worker named Otso refilled oil carefully. One lantern ran low. It still glowed. Otso refilled less often. Letting go can be trusting reserves. The night holds reserves of darkness and calm. Another story drifts by. In a coastal chapel, a pew counter named Morella counted attendance weekly. One week, she forgot. Nothing changed. She stopped counting. Letting go can include releasing tallies. The night does not tally sleepers. Another quiet ending arrives. In a mountain trail shed, a boot scraper named Alphonse cleaned mud daily. One day, he did not. Boots tracked mud inside. It dried and was swept later. Alphonse smiled. Letting go can include accepting a mess that will pass. As we remain here together, there is very little left to say. Words have thinned to whispers. Stories have become impressions, barely forming before dissolving. There is no instruction now, no teaching to follow, only the quiet continuation of the night and the gentle release that has been happening all along. If sleep has already arrived, it will carry on without interruption. If wakefulness remains, it can rest here too, without effort, without needing to listen. The night holds everything evenly, attention and drifting, hearing and silence, thought and absence without preference. We do not need to let go of anything else. Letting go is already happening, and the night, patient and wide, continues to hold us, softly, steadily, until there is nothing left to hold at all. The night has become almost weightless. The words that remain are like ash drifting after a fire has gone quiet. They do not seek attention. They simply pass. We are still here together, though together now feels spacious, undefined. Letting go has moved beneath the surface, no longer something we notice, but something that continues on its own. In a quiet mountain basin, there lived an ice watcher named Sava. Each winter, he measured the thickness of the frozen lake so villagers would know when it was safe to cross. He carried a small iron spike and marked the ice carefully. One winter, the cold came unevenly. The ice thickened in some places, thinned in others. Sava tested again and again, uncertain. People asked him daily, "Is it safe?" Sava answered honestly, "It depends where you step." Some waited. Some crossed slowly. No one blamed him. After that winter, Sava stopped trying to give a single answer. Letting go can be the acceptance that certainty is not always possible, and that honesty can be enough. The night offers no guarantees. It offers presence. Another quiet life appears, almost transparent. In a hillside village, a bell schedule keeper named Mirek recorded ringing times each day. Dawn, noon, dusk. The rhythm was steady. One evening, he forgot. The bell rang later than usual. People adjusted without comment. Mirek rang the bell when he remembered after that. Letting go can be allowing rhythm to loosen without breaking. The night has its own rhythm, slow and forgiving. Another presence drifts gently near. In a coastal marsh, a plank path checker named Elsa walked the boardwalk each morning, replacing loose planks. One plank shifted slightly but held firm. Elsa stepped over it and continued. Days passed. It remained. She never replaced it. Letting go can be recognizing that not everything imperfect is unsafe. The night holds many imperfections. We rest anyway. Another faint story arrives. In a mountain print house, an ink mixer named Pavel adjusted tones carefully. He tested, corrected, retested. One batch came out lighter. He used it. The print was softer, easier on the eyes. Pavel mixed lighter ink after that. Letting go can change our sense of what is good. The night changes our senses gently, without asking. Another life moves quietly past. In a riverside grain store, a sack stitcher named Leora closed seams tightly. She feared spillage. One sack leaked slightly. Grain was swept up. Nothing was lost. Leora stitched less tightly afterward. Letting go can include releasing fear of small losses. The night releases the day without concern for what is left behind. Another presence appears. In a coastal weather hut, a wind recorder named Thomas kept charts of direction and speed. He was precise. One night, the wind shifted constantly. Thomas could not keep up. He closed the log and listened instead. Letting go can be choosing to experience rather than record. The night does not record itself. Another quiet life glides in. In a mountain dairy, a curd cutter named Alenka divided cheese carefully. One batch cut unevenly. It aged fine. Alenka smiled and cut more loosely after that. Letting go can be trusting time to finish what we cannot perfect. Time moves freely in the night. Another story drifts softly. In a village carpentry shed, a nail sorter named Bo cleaned bent nails into discard piles. One day, he used a bent nail anyway. It held. He stopped discarding so many. Letting go can be realizing usefulness survives imperfection. The night is useful simply by being. Another presence emerges. In a hilltop observatory, a lens cleaner named Farah wiped dust from glass nightly. One night, clouds covered the sky. Farah did not clean. Stars returned the next night. Letting go can be resting when nothing can be seen anyway. The night hides and reveals without effort. Another quiet figure passes. In a riverside tea house, a cup warmer named Jin heated cups before serving. One evening, cups were served cool. Tea was still enjoyed. Jin warmed fewer cups after that. Letting go can include releasing small rituals that no longer serve. The night releases rituals gently. Another story settles nearby. In a mountain stairwell, an echo tester named Rolf checked acoustics after repairs. One stair echoed oddly. People walked without concern. Rolf stopped testing echoes. Letting go can be allowing sound to be sound. The night is full of sound that asks nothing. Another faint presence arrives. In a coastal signal hut, a flag folder named Mireya folded flags precisely at sunset. One evening, she folded loosely. The flag flew the same next day. Mireya folded more loosely after that. Letting go can include releasing ceremony. The night is ceremony enough. Another life moves quietly into awareness. In a riverside bathhouse, a steam vent adjuster named Ozan balanced heat carefully. One vent stuck open. The room grew warmer. Bathers stayed longer. Ozan adjusted less. Letting go can reveal comfort where control limited it. The night warms us by release. Another soft story appears. In a hillside vineyard, a grape sorter named Lena removed damaged fruit carefully. One cluster slipped through. The wine was still good. Lena sorted less strictly. Letting go can be trusting blends. The night blends everything gently. Another presence drifts in. In a mountain post, a footpath smoother named Antero leveled stones daily. One path remained uneven. Walkers adjusted naturally. Antero left it. Letting go can be trusting adaptation. The night adapts us without effort. Another quiet life arrives. In a harbor loft, a rope fray spotter named Serene watched for wear. One fray remained unnoticed. The rope held. Serene watched less closely. Letting go can be trusting resilience. The night is resilient, even in darkness. Another story passes softly. In a chapel kitchen, a candle stub collector named Nara gathered remnants nightly. One stub burned down completely. Nara did nothing. Letting go can be allowing something to finish fully. The night allows endings without announcement. Another presence appears. In a mountain road shelter, a snowdrift measurer named Ilya tracked depth. One reading was missed. Travelers crossed anyway. Ilya measured less often. Letting go can be releasing constant monitoring. The night monitors nothing. Another quiet figure moves by. In a coastal archive, a parchment humidifier named Sabra adjusted moisture carefully. One shelf dried slightly. The pages survived. Sabra adjusted less. Letting go can be easing control. The night eases everything. Another story drifts near. In a riverside bell house, a clapper oiler named Dusan maintained smooth ringing. One bell squeaked. People smiled. Dusan oiled less. Letting go can allow character. The night has character without correction. Another presence glides in. In a mountain inn, a stairlight checker named Elio replaced bulbs regularly. One bulb burned out. Guests used the railing. Elio replaced bulbs less urgently. Letting go can include trusting other senses. The night sharpens them naturally. Another soft life appears. In a forest watchtower, a horizon marker named Visa painted lines for observation. Fog erased them. Vesa watched without markers. Letting go can include seeing without guides. The night removes guides gently. Another story fades in. In a coastal workshop, a knot strength tester named Rena pulled each knot hard. One knot was not tested. It held. Rena tested less. Letting go can include trusting what has already been made. The night trusts the world to hold itself. Another quiet presence drifts past. In a mountain valley, a stream listener named Oleg noted changes in sound. One night, he did not listen. The stream flowed anyway. Letting go can include missing a moment. The night misses nothing and loses nothing. Another life settles briefly. In a town square, a bench alignment checker named Marta checked spacing. One bench was crooked. People rested anyway. Marta stopped checking. Letting go can be allowing rest without perfection. The night is rest itself. Another soft ending passes. In a river ferry shed, a rope-length measurer named Yun measured lines weekly. One line shortened. The ferry crossed fine. Yun measured less. Letting go can include trusting sufficiency. As we stay here now, the stories barely form. They are almost gone before arriving. The space between them has grown wide and gentle. There is nothing left to follow, nothing left to hold. If sleep has taken you, it will continue to deepen without interruption. If wakefulness remains, it can float here, light and unburdened. The night continues on its own, steady and kind, carrying us without effort, as letting go completes itself quietly, again and again, until even the idea of letting go fades into the dark, and only rest remains. The night has nearly forgotten itself. What remains is not silence exactly, but a softness where sound no longer asks to be noticed. Words come now like distant lanterns, barely visible, already moving away. We are still here, though here has become very gentle. Letting go no longer feels like something happening. It feels like what has always been happening, once we stopped watching closely. In a shallow valley where mist settled each evening, there lived a dew recorder named Anselma. Each morning, she walked the fields before sunrise, measuring moisture on leaves and grass. She wrote careful notes, comparing one day to the next. One autumn, the mornings grew colder. Dew froze before she arrived. Her instruments gave unclear readings. Anselma stood in the field, breath visible, notebook open. She closed it and watched the frost melt as the sun rose. After that, she stopped recording dew in winter. Letting go can be the acceptance that some things cannot be measured in every season. The night is such a season. It does not submit to measurement. It simply unfolds. Another quiet life appears, barely forming. In a small riverside town, there lived a bridge lamp replacer named Rados. He changed bulbs before they burned out, ensuring steady light. One night, a lamp went dark unexpectedly. Rados replaced it the next day. Nothing had happened in between. After that, he waited until lamps failed before replacing them. Letting go can include allowing things to finish their own course. The night allows the day to burn out completely. Another presence drifts softly into awareness. In a mountain apiary, a hive listener named Mireille pressed her ear to wooden boxes, listening for changes in the bees' hum. One evening, she did not listen. The bees continued. She listened less often after that. Letting go can be trusting life to continue without our constant attention. The night continues without witnesses. Another faint story arrives. In a coastal salt store, a pile leveler named Thomas adjusted heaps carefully. One pile slumped overnight. He left it. The salt was still used. Letting go can be allowing gravity to have its say. The night obeys gravity and nothing else. Another life moves gently past. In a hilltop cloister, a footstep counter named Einar noted daily traffic. One day, he forgot. The cloister remained quiet. He stopped counting. Letting go can be releasing tallies that do not change what is. The night changes nothing by being counted. Another presence appears briefly. In a narrow canyon, a wind chime tuner named Lisa adjusted tones so they rang clearly. One chime tangled and rang irregularly. She left it. The sound softened. Letting go can allow gentler music. The night is full of gentle music we do not tune. Another quiet life settles nearby. In a lakeside boathouse, an oar alignment checker named Petru straightened racks nightly. One oar remained crooked. Boats launched anyway. Petru straightened fewer. Letting go can include trusting movement over order. The night moves without arranging itself. Another story drifts through. In a village square, a shadow measurer named Hana tracked the sun's progress by stone markers. One cloudy day, there were no shadows. Hana rested. Letting go can be resting when the signs are absent. The night offers no signs and invites rest. Another presence fades in. In a mountain bakery, a loaf score marker named Vito cut patterns into dough. One loaf went unscored. It rose beautifully. Vito scored less. Letting go can include allowing natural form. The night shapes dreams without guidance. Another life passes softly. In a coastal archive, a scroll unroller named Sabin flattened curled pages carefully. One scroll remained curled. It was read anyway. Sabin unrolled fewer. Letting go can be allowing access without perfection. The night allows access to rest, even through imperfection. Another faint figure appears. In a river delta, a channel depth marker named Layla placed stakes yearly. Floodwaters washed some away. Fish moved freely. Layla placed fewer stakes after that. Letting go can include trusting flow. The night flows through us. Another story settles quietly. In a hillside orchard, a fallen fruit collector named Oren gathered dropped apples. One night, he left them. Animals ate well. Oren smiled. Letting go can include sharing what falls. The night shares everything. Another presence drifts close. In a mountain bell loft, a vibration dampener named Climate adjusted ropes to reduce sway. One bell swayed freely. The sound was fuller. Climate adjusted less. Letting go can deepen resonance. The night resonates deeply without control. Another quiet life appears. In a riverside scriptorium, an ink blot cleaner named Rhea wiped spills carefully. One blot dried unnoticed. The text was still legible. Rhea cleaned less. Letting go can be allowing marks to remain. The night is marked by stars and shadows. Another story glides softly by. In a coastal watch post, a horizon line painter named Jory refreshed markers annually. Fog erased them. Ships still navigated. Jory stopped repainting. Letting go can be trusting memory and instinct. The night trusts instinct. Another presence arrives faintly. In a mountain stairwell, a handrail smoother named Livia sanded rough spots. One splinter remained. No one noticed. Livia sanded less. Letting go can include releasing invisible corrections. The night makes no corrections. Another life passes quietly. In a village bathhouse, a water clarity tester named Munir checked turbidity daily. One reading was missed. Bathers soaked peacefully. Munir tested less. Letting go can be trusting experience over data. The night offers experience without data. Another story settles near. In a coastal rope loft, a tension balancer named Etta adjusted loads carefully. One rope slackened. The system held. Etta balanced less. Letting go can include trusting balance to emerge. The night balances itself. Another presence fades in. In a hilltop shrine, a stone dust sweeper named Iskander cleaned offerings daily. One day, dust remained. No one complained. Iskander swept less. Letting go can be learning what truly matters. The night cares for nothing and holds everything. Another quiet life drifts by. In a riverside mill yard, a grain spillage counter named Roxana tracked losses. One loss went unrecorded. The harvest ended anyway. Roxana stopped counting. Letting go can be releasing concern for what cannot be held. The night releases the day entirely. Another story appears faintly. In a coastal village, a net float checker named Pavel ensured even spacing. One float slipped. The net caught fish. Pavel checked less. Letting go can include trusting function over form. The night functions without form. Another presence glides gently. In a mountain inn, a candle aligner named Brina straightened holders nightly. One candle leaned. It burned. Brina stopped aligning. Letting go can be allowing flame its own posture. The night is a posture of rest. Another quiet ending drifts through. In a riverside shed, a ladder-rung measurer named Cato checked spacing. One rung differed. Climbers adjusted. Cato measured less. Letting go can include trusting adaptation. The night adapts us. Now there is very little left to say. The stories no longer feel separate. They are like breaths, coming and going without notice. Even listening may feel optional. If sleep has come, it will continue to carry you without interruption. If wakefulness remains, it can rest here, light and unburdened. Nothing is required. Nothing is missing. The night holds everything equally, thought and absence, sound and silence, awareness and forgetting. Letting go has completed itself so quietly that there is nothing left to release. Only the night remains, steady and kind, holding you as it always has, until rest deepens on its own and words are no longer needed at all. The night is very soft now, so soft that even the idea of continuing feels unnecessary, yet the words still drift, like leaves that have not quite reached the ground. We do not push them. We do not follow them. They arrive, rest briefly, and move on. Letting go no longer announces itself. It does not feel like release. It feels like nothing being held in the first place. In a quiet estuary where fresh water met the sea, there lived a tide note keeper named Maris. Each day, she marked the rise and fall of water on a wooden post near the shore. The marks overlapped, faded, were rewritten. Maris liked the routine. It gave shape to the day. One season, storms washed the post away. Maris looked at the empty place where it had stood. She returned the next day and the day after, but did not replace it. She watched the tide with her eyes instead. Letting go can be allowing a habit to end without replacing it with another. The night has no habits. It arrives fresh each time. Another quiet life appears, almost transparent. In a hillside village, a smoke vent opener named Ruin adjusted chimney flaps each evening to keep fires drawing correctly. he listened for the sound of air. One night, he forgot. The fire burned low but steady. Ruin adjusted less carefully after that. Letting go can include discovering that things work, even when we are not managing them closely. The night manages nothing and holds everything. Another presence drifts gently into awareness. In a narrow river town, a stone step washer named Elodie rinsed algae from steps daily to prevent slipping. One morning, rain washed the steps clean before she arrived. Elodie went home. She washed less often after that. Letting go can be allowing circumstances to do what we once did ourselves. The night does so much without our help. Another faint story arrives. In a mountain pass shelter, a lantern wick trimmer named Casper cut wicks precisely to avoid smoke. One lantern smoked anyway. Casper watched the flame dance. He trimmed less after that. Letting go can be allowing a little smoke in the light. The night is not clear, yet it is luminous. Another quiet life moves softly past. In a coastal granary, a moisture checker named Aveline tested grain bins daily. One reading was skipped. The grain kept. Aveline skipped more. Letting go can include trusting preservation beyond constant checking. The night preserves rest without supervision. Another presence appears faintly. In a village courtyard, a puddle sweeper named Thomas removed water after rain. One puddle remained. Children splashed. Thomas smiled and left it. Letting go can be allowing play where order once ruled. The night allows dreams to play freely. Another story drifts through. In a mountain tea garden, a leaf sorter named Hoshi separated leaves by size. One batch mixed. The tea was still fragrant. Hoshi sorted less carefully after that. Letting go can be accepting blends instead of divisions. The night blends thought and sleep gently. Another life glides quietly into view. In a riverside forge, a hammer counter named Uliana tracked strikes to ensure even shaping. One piece was hammered unevenly. It fit. Uliana stopped counting. Letting go can be trusting feel over measurement. The night is felt, not measured. Another soft presence arrives. In a coastal watchtower, a fog bell tester named Sindra rang the bell each morning to test its tone. One morning, thick fog muffled the sound. Sindra did not ring it again. The fog lifted on its own. Letting go can be trusting that conditions change without prompting. The night always changes without instruction. Another faint story settles. In a hillside bakery, a flour sifter named Mirek sifted carefully to remove lumps. One batch went unsifted. The bread was dense but good. Mirek sifted less often. Letting go can be releasing refinement. The night refines nothing and still nourishes. Another quiet life appears. In a mountain stable, a straw leveler named Petra spread bedding evenly. One stall was uneven. The horse slept soundly. Petra spread less precisely. Letting go can include trusting comfort without perfection. The night is comfortable without arrangement. Another presence drifts in. In a riverside ferry office, a departure time writer named Niels updated chalkboards daily. One time was left outdated. Passengers adjusted. Niels updated less often. Letting go can include releasing control over schedules. The night has no schedule. Another story glides softly past. In a coastal pottery yard, a kiln watcher named Anna monitored temperature constantly. One firing went unchecked. The pots survived. Anna watched less. Letting go can include trusting the process. The night trusts the body to sleep. Another faint life appears. In a village square, a bench painter named Orfeo refreshed paint yearly. One bench chipped. People sat anyway. Orfeo painted less frequently. Letting go can include allowing wear. The night wears gently, not harshly. Another quiet presence arrives. In a mountain ravine, a rockfall marker named Zoya placed warning stones. One rock shifted unnoticed. Nothing happened. Zoya marked less. Letting go can include accepting that not all risks announce themselves. The night carries us without warning and without harm. Another story drifts close. In a riverside archive, a page weight placer named Thomason held pages open while drying. One page curled. It was read. Thomason used fewer weights. Letting go can be trusting flexibility. The night is flexible, holding us however we arrive. Another soft life appears. In a coastal fish market, a scale calibrator named Ria adjusted balances daily. One scale was slightly off. Trade continued. Ria calibrated less often. Letting go can be allowing approximation. The night approximates time until morning. Another presence glides gently. In a mountain chapel, a candle snuffer named Leo extinguished flames precisely after services. One candle burned longer. The chapel glowed warmly. Leo waited longer after that. Letting go can include allowing warmth to linger. The night lingers. Another quiet story passes. In a riverside weaving shed, a loom tension adjuster named Sana tightened threads regularly. One section loosened. The cloth softened. Sana loosened more. Letting go can soften what was rigid. The night softens everything. Another faint life arrives. In a hilltop watchpost, a horizon sketcher named Idris drew outlines daily. One day, haze obscured everything. Idris did not draw. He watched. Letting go can include witnessing without recording. The night witnesses us without memory. Another presence drifts by. In a coastal cliff path, a stone aligner named Faye adjusted stepping stones. One stone shifted. Walkers stepped around it. Faye left it. Letting go can include trusting movement to adapt. The night adapts us toward rest. Another quiet story emerges. In a mountain inn kitchen, a spice measurer named Kolya followed recipes exactly. One dish was improvised. It was enjoyed. Kolya improvised more. Letting go can include trusting intuition. The night trusts instinct. Another faint life appears. In a riverside bell shed, a tone matcher named Risto adjusted bells to harmonize. One bell rang off-key. The sound was human. Risto adjusted less. Letting go can include allowing imperfection to sound through. The night sounds imperfect and kind. Another presence glides softly. In a coastal lighthouse yard, a stone counter named Elise counted boundary markers weekly. One marker eroded. The boundary remained understood. Elise stopped counting. Letting go can include trusting shared understanding. The night is a shared understanding of darkness. Another quiet story passes. In a village stairwell, a dust line checker named Pavel traced edges. One edge blurred. No one noticed. Pavel traced less. Letting go can be releasing invisible work. The night does invisible work for us. Another faint life arrives. In a mountain library, a bookmark placer named Ayla marked pages carefully. One book was returned unmarked. It was finished. Ayla marked less. Letting go can include trusting completion. The night completes the day without ceremony. Another presence drifts close. In a riverside boathouse, a knot retightener named Soren checked ties nightly. One knot loosened slightly. The boat stayed. Soren checked less. Letting go can include trusting what has already been secured. The night holds us securely without knots. Another quiet ending passes through. In a coastal village, a porch light switcher named Mina turned lights off at midnight. One light stayed on. Nothing changed. Mina turned lights off less precisely. Letting go can include allowing light to fade on its own. The night fades gently. Now the words are barely words. They are pauses, spaces, the soft sense that nothing is required. If sleep has come, it is welcome to deepen without interruption. If wakefulness remains, it can float here, unburdened, without effort. There is nothing to finish, nothing to remember. The night continues, wide and kind, holding everything stories. Silence, drifting, rest without asking anything in return, and letting go having never needed to be done, simply continues on its own, quietly, until even that fades, and only the night remains. The night feels almost complete now, not finished, but whole, as if nothing more needs to be added, and nothing needs to be taken away. The words that continue are very light. They rest only briefly before dissolving. Letting go no longer feels like a movement. It feels like stillness discovering itself. In a quiet upland marsh, there lived a fog listener named Caliph. Each dawn, before anyone else stirred, Caliph stood at the edge of the reeds and listened to how sound traveled through the mist. Some mornings, voices carried far. Other mornings, even footsteps vanished. For years, Caliph noted the differences, believing they revealed something important. One morning, the fog was so thick that sound seemed to disappear entirely. Caliph called out softly. Nothing returned. Caliph waited, then smiled, and walked home without writing anything down. After that, Caliph still walked to the marsh, but no longer listened for answers. Letting go can be the moment we stop asking a question that no longer needs one. The night asks nothing of us. It does not answer either. Another quiet life drifts into awareness. In a mountain town, there lived a shutter latch tester named Brian. Each evening, Brian walked the narrow streets, checking that wooden shutters were secured against wind. One night, rain fell gently, without wind. Brian checked only half the shutters, then turned back. The houses slept quietly. Brian checked fewer shutters after that. Letting go can be recognizing when vigilance has become habit rather than necessity. The night is not vigilant. It is trusting. Another presence appears softly. In a riverside stone yard, a balanced stone arranger named Kestrel placed rocks in careful stacks along the bank to slow erosion. The stacks were elegant, temporary by nature. One spring, a flood swept them all away. Kestrel rebuilt none of them. The river settled differently, carving its own curves. Letting go can be allowing a force greater than us to rearrange what we carefully placed. The night rearranges everything without asking. Another faint story arrives. In a coastal orchard, a windfall sorter named Ione separated fruit knocked loose by storms. She categorized them carefully. One season, she stopped sorting. She baked with what she gathered. Everything tasted the same. Letting go can be discovering that distinctions mattered less than we believed. The night dissolves distinctions gently. Another quiet life appears. In a high valley observatory, a star interval measurer named Lyrian tracked the timing between constellations rising. One night, clouds obscured the sky completely. Lyrian waited, then closed the shutters and slept. The next night, the stars returned on their own. Letting go can be trusting continuity without monitoring it. The night does not require witnesses. Another presence drifts close. In a forest monastery, a footpath moss trimmer named Aureus clipped moss from stone steps each week to prevent slipping. One week, Aureus did not trim. The moss felt soft, secure. Aureus trimmed less after that. Letting go can be realizing that what we thought was danger may also be support. The night supports us without effort. Another story moves gently past. In a river delta, a waterline chalker named Pelaya marked high tide levels on wooden pylons. One season, chalk washed away faster than it could be reapplied. Pelaya stopped marking. Fisherfolk still read the water. Letting go can be allowing lived knowledge to replace written signs. The night is known without labels. Another quiet presence arrives. In a mountain hospice, a curtain drawer named Saloon adjusted light levels carefully for resting patients. One evening, she left the curtains half open. Moonlight entered softly. No one complained. Saloon left them half open more often. Letting go can be allowing gentler light than we planned. The night offers light without demand. Another faint life appears. In a coastal rope walk, a fiber dampness tester named Corvin checked humidity before twisting lines. One day, he skipped the test. The rope held. Corvin tested less. Letting go can include trusting experience over procedure. The night proceeds without procedure. Another story drifts near. In a hillside apiary, a hive shade adjuster named Naira moved screens throughout the day to regulate sun. One afternoon, she forgot. The bees adjusted. Naira adjusted less after that. Letting go can include trusting collective intelligence. The night is collective, holding many lives at once. Another quiet life appears. In a mountain tram station, a cable hum listener named Talus listened for changes in vibration. One evening, he missed a shift. The tram ran smoothly. Talus listened less often. Letting go can be accepting that attention does not need to be constant to be sufficient. The night is sufficient without attention. Another soft presence arrives. In a riverside bell tower, a resonance dampener named Irium adjusted pads to soften echo. One bell rang longer than usual. The sound carried beautifully. Irium adjusted less. Letting go can allow resonance to unfold fully. The night resonates deeply. Another story glides through. In a coastal map room, a coastline retracer named Velka updated charts yearly. One year, she left an older line untouched. Sailors navigated just fine. Velka traced less. Letting go can be allowing memory to guide where precision once ruled. The night guides us without maps. Another quiet life appears. In a mountain village, a snowfall depth flagger named Olin set markers each winter. One snowfall came without markers. Paths were still found. Olin placed fewer flags after that. Letting go can include trusting the body to read terrain. The night teaches without instruction. Another presence drifts softly. In a riverside tannery, a hide softener named Brea kneaded leather daily. One hide was left untouched. It softened on its own. Brea needed less. Letting go can include allowing time to do the work. The night works through time alone. Another faint story arrives. In a coastal kiln shed, a cooling watcher named Serena stayed late to monitor temperature drop. One firing cooled unattended. The clay survived. Serena went home earlier after that. Letting go can include choosing rest over control. The night always chooses rest. Another quiet life glides in. In a forest bridge house, a plank resonance tester named Halvik tapped boards weekly. One board went untapped. It held. Halvik tapped less. Letting go can include trusting structure. The night is structure without edges. Another presence arrives. In a hillside chapel, a candle drip catcher named Loomis placed small plates carefully. One drip fell freely. It hardened beautifully. Loomis removed some plates. Letting go can include allowing form to arise naturally. The night forms dreams freely. Another soft story appears. In a riverfront studio, a canvas stretcher named Avail tightened frames precisely. One canvas sagged slightly. The painting was calmer. Avail stretched less. Letting go can soften expression. The night softens everything. Another quiet life drifts by. In a coastal watch shed, a horizon bell ringer named Koro rang bells at fixed sightings. One evening, haze obscured the line. Koro did not ring. The sea remained calm. Letting go can be silence in place of signal. The night speaks through silence. Another presence moves gently. In a mountain archive, a humidity page flipper named Jessa aired books daily. One day, she did not. Nothing changed. Jessa aired less. Letting go can include easing care without neglect. The night cares without effort. Another story settles softly. In a riverside path, a pebble edge aligner named Rowan placed stones along curves. One curve was left uneven. Walkers adjusted. Rowan aligned less. Letting go can be trusting movement. The night moves us toward rest. Another quiet life appears. In a coastal orchard loft, a ladder stabilizer named Enith checked bolts nightly. One bolt loosened slightly. The ladder held. Enith checked less. Letting go can be trusting balance. The night balances us effortlessly. Another faint presence arrives. In a mountain village, a smoke trail watcher named Ilvar watched chimneys for signs of trouble. One chimney smoked oddly. Nothing followed. Ilvar watched less. Letting go can include releasing imagined consequences. The night releases the day without fear. Another soft story passes. In a riverside inn, a threshold sweeper named Milas swept leaves each dusk. One evening, she left them. Morning wind carried them away. Milas swept less. Letting go can include allowing the world to clean itself. The night does this endlessly. Another quiet life glides through. In a coastal tower, a spiral stair counter named Fenja counted steps weekly. One week, she forgot. The stairs remained. Fenya stopped counting. Letting go can be letting structure stand without confirmation. The night stands without proof. Another presence arrives. In a mountain craft hall, a thread-tail trimmer named Civil trimmed ends carefully. One piece went untrimmed. It held. Civil trimmed less. Letting go can include leaving small ends unfinished. The night is unfinished and complete. Another faint story appears. In a riverside shrine, a bell, pause keeper named Othea, waited between rings to create symmetry. One pause was longer. The moment felt full. Othea waited without counting after that. Letting go can include trusting fullness without measure. The night is full beyond measure. Another quiet ending drifts in. In a coastal village, a porch shadow watcher named Yoren observed light patterns at dusk. One evening, clouds erased them. Yoren watched the clouds instead. Letting go can be seeing what is present rather than what is expected. The night presents itself without expectation. Now the words are very few. They feel almost unnecessary. The space between them is wide and calm. If sleep has come, it will continue gently, without interruption. If wakefulness remains, it can rest here too, without effort, without listening. There is nothing left to hold, nothing left to loosen. Letting go has already happened, so quietly that it does not need to be named. The night continues wide, steady, kind, holding everything exactly as it is, until rest deepens fully. And even these last soft words fade into the dark. The night feels settled now, like water that has stopped rippling. The words arrive slowly, as if they are not quite sure they are needed anymore. We let them come anyway. We let them leave. Nothing is being built here. Nothing is being resolved. We are simply staying with what remains when effort has fallen away. In a quiet highland pasture, there lived a cloud watcher named Eamon. Each evening, Eamon lay on the grass and watched clouds drift across the wide sky. He named them at first, noting shapes, speeds, directions. Over time, the names felt unnecessary. The clouds did not change when named. One evening, Eamon watched without naming. The clouds passed all the same. After that, he never named them again. Letting go can be the moment we stop adding commentary to what is already complete. The night does not comment on itself. Another quiet life appears, almost dissolving as it arrives. In a riverside village, a bridge shadow marker named Serene traced where shadows fell beneath the arches at different hours. She believed the patterns revealed something important about time. One afternoon, the river flooded slightly, blurring the shadows. Celine watched until the water receded, then closed her notebook. She still crossed the bridge each day, but no longer traced the shadows. Letting go can be allowing mystery to remain without documentation. The night is mystery without explanation. Another presence drifts gently into awareness. In a mountain hamlet, there lived a door hinge oiler named Tommaso. Each week, he oiled hinges to keep doors from creaking in the wind. One night, the wind blew hard, and hinges creaked anyway. Tommaso listened, then went back to sleep. He oiled less often after that. Letting go can be realizing that some sounds belong to the world, not to our oversight. The night has its own sounds. We do not need to silence them. Another faint story arrives. In a coastal village, a tide bell note-taker named Maribel recorded the sound of the bell at different water levels. She compared resonance, pitch, echo. One day, she forgot to listen. The bell rang anyway. She forgot again the next day. Letting go can be forgetting without consequence. The night forgets the day gently. Another quiet life passes softly by. In a hillside town, a stair pause counter named Ivan counted breaths between landings while climbing. He believed it kept him strong. One morning, he climbed without counting. He reached the top all the same. He never counted again. Letting go can be releasing habits that no longer serve without ceremony. The night releases habits naturally. Another presence appears faintly. In a river delta, a reed spacing measurer named Calixa measured distance between stalks to predict harvest. A storm bent them together. Calixa watched the reeds sway and stopped measuring. The harvest came anyway. Letting go can be trusting growth without prediction. The night grows rest without effort. Another soft story drifts in. In a mountain inn, a floorboard tester named Rurik stepped on each board nightly to check for weakness. One night, he skipped a room. Nothing happened. He skipped more rooms after that. Letting go can be easing vigilance when it no longer protects. The night does not patrol itself. Another quiet life appears. In a coastal archive, a spine dust blower named Edda removed dust with gentle breaths of air. One shelf remained dusty. No book was harmed. Edda dusted less. Letting go can include allowing harmless accumulation. The night accumulates darkness without harm. Another faint presence arrives. In a village square, a bench warmth tester named Eust sat briefly on benches at dusk to see which held heat longest. One evening, he did not test. People rested anyway. Just stopped testing. Letting go can include trusting comfort without assessment. The night comforts without measurement. Another story glides softly past. In a riverside kiln house, a glaze drip watcher named Neris monitored edges closely. One drip ran freely. The pot was beautiful. Neris watched less. Letting go can allow beauty that control prevents. The night is beautiful without design. Another quiet life drifts by. In a mountain bell loft, a rope sway measurer named Anouk marked arc lengths carefully. One bell swung wider than planned. The sound filled the valley. Anouk removed the marks. Letting go can be allowing fullness instead of restraint. The night is full without restraint. Another faint story arrives. In a coastal cliff path, a lichen scraper named Farron removed growth to keep stones visible. One section remained green. Walkers stepped gently. Farron scraped less. Letting go can include allowing softness where hardness once ruled. The night softens everything. Another presence appears gently. In a riverside market, a crate alignment checker named Leona straightened stacks nightly. One crate leaned. The stack held. Leona straightened less. Letting go can be trusting balance without perfection. The night balances us naturally. Another quiet life passes. In a mountain library, a reading lamp dimmer named Osric adjusted brightness carefully. One lamp stayed dim. Readers adapted. Osric adjusted less. Letting go can be trusting adaptation. The night adapts us toward sleep. Another soft story drifts near. In a coastal smokehouse, A vent tapper named Morel tapped pipes to check airflow. One vent went untapped. The smoke flowed. Myril tapped less. Letting go can be releasing checks that no longer add safety. The night needs no checks. Another faint presence appears. In a hillside orchard, a branch sway watcher named Elva observed movement to predict breakage. One branch broke unexpectedly. The tree healed. Elva watched less. Letting go can be accepting unpredictability. The night is unpredictable and safe. Another quiet life arrives. In a riverside workshop, a peg tightener named Bastion checked joints daily. One joint loosened slightly. The structure held. Bastion checked less. Letting go can be trusting what has already been built. The night holds us without tightening. Another story drifts softly. In a coastal bell house, a tone interval counter named Sina measured time between rings. One interval stretched longer. The moment felt complete. Sina stopped counting. Letting go can be trusting completion without clocks. The night has no clocks. Another presence appears faintly. In a mountain stairwell, a handprint cleaner named Ilya wiped marks daily. One mark remained. No one noticed. Ilya wiped less. Letting go can include leaving traces of life. The night is full of traces. Another quiet life glides by. In a riverside inn, a chair alignment fixer named Roshan straightened furniture each evening. One chair stayed angled. Guests gathered around it. Roshan smiled. Letting go can include allowing gathering without arrangement. The night gathers us naturally. Another soft story arrives. In a coastal pottery shed, a rim smoother named Avalon softened edges carefully. One rim stayed uneven. It fit the hand better. Avalon smoothed less. Letting go can improve what we touch. The night improves nothing and comforts everything. Another faint presence appears. In a mountain watch hut, a window fog wiper named Eric wiped panes each dawn. One dawn, he did not. The fog lifted on its own. Eric wiped less. Letting go can be trusting time. The night is time at rest. Another quiet life drifts in. In a riverside scriptorium, a margin measurer named Yara checked spacing obsessively. One page was uneven. The text flowed. Yara measured less. Letting go can be allowing flow. The night flows us into sleep. Another story passes gently. In a coastal vineyard, a trellis knot adjuster named Dima retied knots yearly. One knot loosened. The vine held. Dima adjusted less. Letting go can be trusting growth. The night grows rest. Another presence arrives softly. In a mountain shelter, a blanket edge folder named Tova folded corners neatly. One blanket lay uneven. The sleeper slept well. Tova folded less. Letting go can be choosing warmth over neatness. The night chooses warmth. Another faint life appears. In a riverside bridge hut, a lantern glass cleaner named Pavel wiped soot daily. One lantern stayed dim. The path was still seen. Pavel cleaned less. Letting go can be allowing dimness. The night is dim and safe. Another quiet story drifts near. In a coastal square, a footpath leaf counter named Mina counted fallen leaves each morning. One morning, she did not. Autumn continued. Mina stopped counting. Letting go can be accepting seasons without tally. The night is a season that does not end. Another presence appears faintly. In a mountain chapel, a hymn echo timer named Lauren counted seconds of reverberation. One echo lingered longer. The silence afterward was deep. Lauren stopped timing. Letting go can be letting silence arrive fully. The night is silence with breath. Another quiet life passes. In a riverside carpentry shed, a wood grain tracer named Enzo followed lines carefully. One piece twisted. It held. Enzo traced less. Letting go can be trusting strength beyond alignment. The night holds strength quietly. Now the words are very thin. They barely arrive before dissolving. There is nothing left to follow. If sleep has already taken you, it will continue gently, without interruption. If wakefulness remains, it can rest here, without effort, without listening. There is nothing left to loosen, nothing left to release. Letting go has already become the ground beneath us. The night remains wide, steady, and kind, holding everything exactly as it is, until even this sense of holding fades, and rest carries on by itself, without words, without thought, without needing to continue at all. We have walked a long way together through the night, not in distance, but in easing. Stories came and went. Lives appeared briefly, then faded. Nothing needed to be gathered from them. Nothing needed to be carried forward. They were simply places to rest for a while, then leave quietly behind. If you look back now, there is no single moment to hold on to, no lesson to summarize, only a soft sense that the grip has loosened, little by little, without effort. What began as listening may already have become drifting. What began as understanding may already have softened into rest. There is nothing more to do with any of it. The body knows how to settle. The breath knows how to move. The night knows how to hold you. Sleep may already be here, or it may arrive later. Either way is fine. Nothing needs to be watched. Nothing needs to be remembered. Nothing needs to be let go of anymore. Everything that could loosen has loosened on its own. Sleep well, and thank you for joining us here at Calm Monk.